We gotta get you in the bath, Papa. We gotta get you in the bath. Alright, here's the question. On my cursory glance, I would say that John is the most responsible for what would become Christianity, despite how important Paul is in the scriptures and the central role of Peter. John, though, has real historical churches and apostles that have known historical roots in the so-called proto-Orthodox tradition. Orthodox Christianity seems like a Johannine sect, in my humble opinion, and I know that's not popular. How might secular historians treat such a hypothesis? So that's my question. Just a thing I was thinking about. Maybe. That might be true. But I'm talking about the real institutional Orthodox Church. The story of. I don't mean to say dominant. What's his name? Polycarp? I think that's the right guy, right? My mail time changes all the time. It's weird. Yeah. Especially. Right. That's what I mean. This is what I mean. Not that it was dominant or popular or the central point of doctrine or anything, but that the actual institutional church seems to pulsate out from John the most. Which even that is happening in fucking Asia Minor. Why though? I think that's weak. Weak. So what? Not only would they be writing these well into their old age, where they would have a lot of money from their, not, like, I'm not saying they're rich or something, but they would have a lot of resources because of their pastoral work, and they would have scribes to help them with this. So so what? So what? Nobody's saying they wrote them while they were like, oh, there's Jesus. Like, that's not even plausible. Like, it even says it. Yeah. These are men who grew up in a let's read this text every Saturday culture in an area that was heavily Hellenized. And the Gospels even seem to say at least 2 apostles spoke Greek. No, I think the argument that 2nd Peter is not written by the same guy as 1st Peter is a fine argument, but the argument that these guys couldn't have wrote these texts is just stupid. It acts like they're mentally handicapped. Like it's such a fucking ivory tower view of people in the countryside. Yeah. I mean, these guys grew up doing complex literary analysis every Saturday at least. Like, get real. Yeah, right. And this is just an offhanded comment, so it's not like they're trying to tell you they spoke Greek here, like in the other references. This is just an offhanded comment that they speak Greek. Jesus also debates, well, not debates, but he talks with Pontius Pilate. Do you really think Pontius Pilate spoke Aramaic? I don't. The secular arguments are just really bad, and I'm not defending the fundamentalist arguments by any stretch, but the secular arguments are just dog shit. Just dog shit. There's a lot of fucking dog shit arguments that are parroted as reasonable in secular fucking biblical studies. It's just sad you don't see I mean, you know, it's fundamentalists' own fault for creating these ghosts that secular scholars have to chase down, but it's like fundamentalists came up with this bonkers timeline of things because the law has to be absolute. And then the secular scholars are just chasing after those ghosts.
The rightful heir, but
some say less is more, but at Meyer, we believe in more for less.
But unlike Judge Judy wrapping things up in 30 minutes, this divine court battle drags on for 80 years. The methods they use to settle this dispute, let's just say they're not exactly dignified. At one point, Seth attempts to prove his dominance over Horus through sexual conquest. This backfires spectacularly in what scholars delicately call the lettuce incident, involving a salad that would never make it past TV censors. Rahl, the head judge, gets so fed up at one point that he basically says, "I'm going boating, you all figure it out," leaving the courtroom in chaos. Even Osiris, watching from the underworld, starts sending sarcastic threats to release demons if they don't give his son the throne. In the end, Horus gets the throne. Seth gets a consolation prize as god of deserts and storms, and the divine family is technically reconciled, though probably not sending each other holiday cards. Do you see the pattern emerging? Across these ancient cultures, family conflicts over inheritance or property become vehicles for exploring bigger themes of justice, harmony, and compromise, often with a healthy dose of irony or humor. But the pattern doesn't stop at the Mediterranean. Let's journey east to ancient India, where one of the most famous Panchatantra fables tells of two cats who find a piece of bread and immediately starting fighting over how to divide it. As they quarrel without resolution, a clever monkey comes by and offers to mediate. "I'll split it fairly for you," the monkey says, breaking the bread into two pieces, deliberately making one chunk larger than the other. When the cats point out the inequality, the monkey says, "Oops, let me nibble the big piece to even them out." He takes a bite. Now the other piece is bigger, so he takes a bite from that one. Back and forth he goes, evening them out until, you guessed it, he has eaten all the bread, leaving the cats with nothing. The moral? When two quarrel, the third rejoices. Or as we might say today, keep fighting, and some monkey is going to take advantage of both of you. Remember what happened a lot after he separated from Abraham? Genesis 14 tells us he got caught up in someone else's war, captured when kings invaded Sodom. And Abraham had to rescue him. By settling near Sodom apart from Abraham, Lot lost the protection of the united family and got monkeyed by bigger forces. Even the great Indian epic Mahabharata hinges on a failed land division. When the Pandava brothers asked their cousins, the Kauravas, for just 5 villages instead of half the kingdom, the proud Prince Duryodhana retorts he won't give them even as much land as fits on a needlepoint. That stubbornness leads to a catastrophic war that destroys almost everyone. By contrast, Chinese folklore gives us 2 brothers who inherited a field, and instead of fighting, each secretly moved the boundary marker at night to give more land to the other out of love. Unbeknownst to each other, they did this repeatedly, puzzled that the boundaries never seemed to change by morning. When their mutual generosity was discovered, their bond became legendary, the opposite of greed and strife, a kind of politeness duel that mirrors Abraham's generous offer to Lot, but with both parties trying to outdo each other in selflessness. From the Jordan Valley to the Ganges, from the Nile to the Yellow River, people told stories about dividing resources without coming to blows. And they knew such situations were ripe for satire, because we all recognize ourselves in those moments of petty squabble. Now for the truly provocative question. Why do all these ancient cultures share such similar stories? Is it mere coincidence, universal human experience, or something more deliberate? Critical scholars have uncovered something fascinating. The final form of Genesis, as we know it, was likely compiled during or after the Babylonian exile into the Persian and Hellenistic period, when Israelites had extensive contact with other cultures. By the time Genesis reached its final form, Greek literature like Hesiod and Homer were already circulating throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. Mesopotamian myths were well known in the ancient Near East. Egyptian wisdom literature had spread beyond the Nile. What these scholars suggest is revolutionary. The biblical authors weren't writing in isolation. They were engaged in a sophisticated cross-cultural conversation, responding to and adapting motifs known throughout their world. Biblical and classical scholar Philip Wagenbaum goes further, proposing that Hebrew scribes were deliberately in conversation with Greek traditions. It's as if a Judean scribe thought that Greeks have all these epics about feuding brothers killing each other over inheritance. How about we tell a story where the feud doesn't happen because the patriarch is wise enough to avoid it? Assyriologist Mario Liverani offers another provocative layer, a historical and ideological reading. He sees tales like Abraham and Lot's separation as later Israelite authors' creative way to explain and justify real-world relationships between peoples. In Liverani's view, Abraham represents Israel's ancestor with a divine land grant, whereas Lot becomes the ancestor to the Moabites and Ammonites, Israel's neighbors across the Jordan. The story legitimizes territorial boundaries without overt aggression. It's almost a gentle geopolitical satire. Cousin Moab, remember how we agreed you'd settle over there and we over here? All good, yes? What could have been serious political contention is disarmed as a fraternal handshake. The brilliant subtlety is that it's a satirical counter-narrative to violent conquest myths. The patriarch doesn't seize land by sword, he obtains it through generosity and divine favor. A quiet challenge to more belligerent origin stories of other nations. None of this is accidental. Ancient writers knew the power of comedy to sugarcoat a pill of truth. A family squabble resolved by humility is a much more palatable moral lesson than a stern lecture about greed.
Sorry, I know this is rude.
Totally fine. Everything okay?
It's someone in the restaurant. You need help?
Who do you think it is?
Drop. Rated PG-13.
What's truly shocking is how relevant these ancient comic narratives remain. Whether it's siblings dividing an inheritance, business partners splitting assets, or nations negotiating borders, we still face the same fundamental challenges our ancestors did thousands of years ago. These aren't just quaint old stories. They're sophisticated models of conflict resolution wrapped in humor to make them memorable and effective. The punchline of Abraham and Lot's story: the greedy one gets immediate gratification, but long-term trouble, while the generous one ultimately receives everything, is as pointed today as it was 2,500 years ago. What these ancient storytellers understood from Israel to India, from Greece to Egypt, is that humor provides perspective. When we can laugh at our petty squabbles over stuff, we're already halfway to resolving them. The irony in Abraham and Lot's story is delicious. Lot chooses what looks like paradise, only to end up in Sodom just before its destruction. Abraham accepts the less fertile hills, but ultimately receives divine confirmation that all the land, including Lot's portion, will belong to his descendants. Each culture puts its own spin on this universal human drama. In Mesopotamia, divine rivals end their contest with gifts and brotherhood. In Greece, clever negotiation turns theft into a win-win exchange. In Egypt, even cosmic battles for the throne include absurdist humor. In India, fables warn that quarreling parties often lose to a third opportunist. In China, mutual generosity becomes the highest expression of kinship. The evidence forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Our modern world remains plagued by the inability to resolve conflicts over resources and territories. We've advanced technologically beyond our ancestors' wildest dreams, yet we still struggle with the basic wisdom they encoded in these ancient cosmic narratives. Whether it's Abraham and Lot dividing grazing lands, Dumuzi and Enkidu sharing fields and pastures, Apollo and Hermes exchanging cattle for music, Horus and Seth accepting their respective domains, or two cats losing everything to a monkey mediator, the message echoes across the world. The choice is always before us. Fight over the seemingly better portion and risk everything, or find the wisdom to compromise, the courage to be generous, and the perspective to laugh at our own acquisitive nature. Perhaps the most radical aspect of Abraham's story isn't just that he chose peace over conflict. It's that the biblical authors had the audacity to suggest that generosity and compromise might be divine attributes, worthy of emulation by anyone seeking to build a just society. What would our world look like if we approached our conflicts with the same ironic self-awareness as these ancient stories? What if we could see the humor in our territorial squabbles before they escalate into genuine hostility? The ancient scribes who crafted these narratives weren't just entertaining their audiences. They were offering us a profound philosophical challenge, wrapped in a chuckle. The punchline isn't just that Lot chose poorly or that Abraham won in the end. The real joke is on all of us who thousands of years later still haven't fully grasped the wisdom hidden in these ancient comic gems. That sometimes the path to getting everything you truly need begins with the willingness to walk away from what merely seemed desirable in the moment. Sometimes the half is greater than the whole.
What I want is time.
So I sent them to their death.
Nell, it wasn't your fault.
Clipoth and vengeance. I refuse to give up on us. Now do you understand how humanity has managed to survive all this time? Then this war needs to end.
I believe in you.
Enough to be counted on, and this topic is brought to us by Game Time. You ever decide at the last minute to head to a ball game with friends or family? Maybe it's on a game day and suddenly you realize, I gotta be in the stands. Well, that's exactly where Game Time comes in. It's the easiest way to grab last-minute tickets without the stress. With the money you save on tickets, you can splurge on food, drinks, merch, or even invite a bigger group to come with you. Game Time makes it all possible. You can take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Just download the app, create an account, and use promo code LOCKEDON for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account, redeem code LOCKEDONNFL for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets, lowest prices guaranteed. G, you just mentioned Cedric Tillman. He left practice on Saturday with a lower leg injury. Or Friday, left practice on Saturday. Kevin Stefanski said they dodged a bullet. It's not that serious. He'll be back at some point. But the knock on Cedric Tillman coming out of Tennessee was injuries. Struggled to stay healthy. Last season, he had the concussion that cost him the second half of his season. You see his season stats on the screen. The majority of those numbers came in a 3-game stretch with one Jameis Winston, including his game-winning touchdown against the Baltimore Ravens. He's been hurt in each of his first 2 NFL seasons in differing injuries. They haven't been the same thing over and over. But, gee, are we reaching the point with Cedric Tillman where he may be talented, he may end up being super productive, but all these little injuries are prohibiting him and stopping him from being a guy the Browns can truly count on as a full-time contributor? Do you think he'll ever be healthy enough to be that?
I mean, listen, it's a track record with injuries, and the Cleveland Browns track record with receivers is just bad. It's just, look, you look at Cedric Tillman and you go out there, and I made it a point to go watch him in drills, and he looks like a guy that should be getting 1,300 yards a year. He just looks like it. All the things. But you go, you once again look at practice, and he goes out and leaves with a lower body injury, according to Kevin Stefanski. They said they dodged the bullet. But, I'm watching a lot of this stuff, and it just goes back to the evaluation process. Their ability to identify talented receivers is just very bad. I mean, the fact that you have to go get, Deontay Johnson and all of the stuff that, has, whether you talk about character issues or whatever the case may be, the disgruntled nature that he was with Baltimore, and then you get him, and now Deontay Johnson is down there with the 3s and the 4s. it's tough to me because I've never quite understood the Browns, their thought process on receivers. It's almost like every time you ask them about it and you look around the league and you look at what the meta is for a good offense, you need 2 receivers. And the Browns consistently get 1 every other year and then say, I like my receiving room. They had Amari Cooper. And they're like, okay, well, let's go get Jerry Jeudy. And then Amari Cooper fell off and they're like, nah, we got Jerry Jeudy. They consistently got 1 receiver in the possible, and we keep mentioning tight ends. Like, no, we got to stop that. You can have 2 things at once, tight ends and receivers. They don't make up for that.
It seems like to me.
Not us.
Not us.
It seems like to me, fellas, that Andrew Berry likes projected potential. Just think about the guys he's drafted: the Cedric Tillmans, the Anthony Schwartz, the Donovan Peoples-Jones. Right? He finds
or David Bell,
or the David Bell. He tries to find these guys.
Is he on a milk carton somewhere, David Bell? Where's he?
He tries to find these guys that might have these 1 and 2 intangibles that every other GM did overlooked, and I'm gonna draft that guy, and then I'm gonna get the most out of him because nobody else saw this, and I did, and it hasn't worked. The crazy part about it is, to me, out of all the receivers he's drafted, I think Cedric Tillman might be the most talented, but he comes with an injury history. I feel like this: the NFL stands for not for long, and we know that in the NFL, injuries happen early and often, and you can have injuries occur to more than one player that play that same position. And so that goes back to the organization on making sure that you have quality depth at the wide receiver position, because you're drafting a guy who has an injury history, and there is a strong probability that he won't be available to you for the entire season. And so what you want to do is maximize on his production when he is available. I know later in the show we're going to talk about Lonzo Ball, but Mike, don't that kind of sound like the Lonzo Ball situation when it comes to Cedric Tillman?
Yeah, a little bit. We actually may get a surprise guest here momentarily, so I don't know if we'll get to the Lonzo Ball conversation. But in theory,
similar.
Yes, it does sound very familiar.
I would agree with that. I hadn't thought that prior, but I think you're right. Like, there's baggage, there's issues, but boy, if in a perfect world, but when do the Browns ever live in a perfect world?
Never.
Like, you're like, hey man, this guy, he slipped. He has talent. We all saw him at Tennessee. We know what he can be if he's healthy. But guess what?
He wasn't healthy.
So let me make sure I got something else just in case he's not available, right?
Yeah.
And so it's going to be tough.
What do you think of Luke Floria, by the way, guys? Luke has been pretty damn impressive for an undrafted free agent.
Let me tell you something.
Works his tail
like
too.
All the above.
He's from here. Of course he
listen. And every time I see him doing something, he catching the football.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Yeah. Hey, we'll take it. I just think that the Browns have this thing where it sounds great in a vacuum that we're gonna run this ball and it's gonna be great. Listen, man. If you do not have downfield threats, you are going to be in trouble. Because as of today, if I was a defensive coordinator for the Cleveland Browns, I'm not scared of anything you got. I don't feel Jerry Jeudy is running by me. We'll let him get his underneath routes off, and then we'll corral him. We'll make sure that we don't give up too many big plays or get points. We're not scared of the fact that you're going to have a ball control offense and that you're going to be able to make field goals because you're going to be kicking a lot of them this year. We don't believe in that. You're going
to try a lot of them.
Yeah, you're going to try a lot of them. Your quarterback, Joe Flacco, we know what he is. You got a couple of rookies after that. No one else scares you on that side of the football. And so what are you guys planning on doing? Like, where's the threat? Where's the pressure offensively?
Hey, Miles Garrett at fullback.
And we had that conversation too.
Hey,
remember?
He might be our most productive player.
You talk about a threat on the offense, play him at fullback. There you go.
This is tough. I mean, Cedric Tillman, he had some flashes, but then he missed. I mean, I can't get mad because it's a concussion, but it was like 7 weeks.
I know, and you know what? You can't get mad because it's a concussion, but here's my thing. I can't get excited because it's another injury. And that's what's key. It's almost like, yeah, we'll see. If we ever get to him, we'll see. It's kind of like where we are with Judkin right now. Yeah, I'm excited if he plays, but the if part is a big part of it. Do we have Rob?
We do. This is the quickest we've ever had should we get a guest on? Yes, and now he's officially in the queue. We're going to bring in Rob Parker here in 1 second.
Man.
Always.
What is this place?
You made it. What's up, cuz?
You were the last to see the president alive.
Welcome to the pit.
Light him up now!
A crew of pirates is coming.
That was cool.
The Disney Plus Hulu Max bundle. Plan starting at $16.99 a month.
These internet companies make moving so hard.
Hey, neighbor! Try Brightspeed Fiber Internet. Go to brightspeed.com, choose your plan, get free professional installation, and no annual contract.
Switch to no-nonsense Brightspeed Fiber Internet today.
Welcome back to the Warcraft News. I gotta be real with you, today's episode is honestly kind of nostalgic. So here's the situation we're in. Patch 11.2 is just 1 week away. The current PTR build is actually marked as the release candidate. That means it's the build that we're going to get. But of course there's a question, is it actually ready? Well, let's take a look at what some people are saying. There are complaints about completely abandoned classes. People are starting to think that hero talents were a massive mistake because of all the complexity that the game's classes have now got from a balancing perspective. We'll talk about all that, but for the nostalgia, here's the kicker. The return of a universally reviled decision from Battle for Azeroth, and that is a rotating vendor. So, welcome back to the news, but don't worry, it is not all doom and gloom. There are actually a few really nice game changes to talk about as well. But hang on a sec, I've got something really cool. So, do you know what's nice? Never not having the cable that I need, while also having a bag that isn't full of cables. And today, Ugreen, who are our sponsor, are at it again, and they're letting me achieve that. So get a load of these, right? This is their latest models, which now have got built-in retractable cables. These are absolutely amazing. But it is still handy to have a cable in case you need one, say for charging multiple devices, and that's where this comes in. This is very simple, a little retractable cable. And man, it's absolutely brilliant. It's got a tiny footprint and it never gets tangled, it never gets snagged, and it stores away neatly. It's so nice. And then of course, we got the 20,000 milliamp hour battery. This thing is awesome. It'll charge up at 100 watts. It can output 100 watts as well through its retractable cable, plus 65 watts from the USB-C at the same time for 165 watts of once, which is enough capacity to recharge your MacBook Air 13 1.3 times, or say an iPhone 16 3.6 times, which is a lot. It's very handy when you're traveling, and it'll charge from every port at once. And then finishing off my kit, this is just lovely, 65 watt charger, retractable cable built in. I just really didn't appreciate how nice it is not having a rat's nest of cables everywhere. And of course, being Ugreen, these have overvolt, overcharge, overtemperature, and short circuit protection, and basically, I'm always staggered by their price to performance. It's actually at the stage now where my parents, my partner, and my colleagues are defaulting to Ugreen for very good reason, and you'll find the best prices for these with the links below. Let's start with the big story then. It's the patch 8.3 PTSD. Which is a little bit extreme, but basically here's what's going on. One of the improvements coming to Delves in Season 3 is Zahran, and if you progress your journey a little bit, he will show up, and when he does, he'll sell champion level trinkets at the end of Tier 9 Delves. Now that does actually sound like a big upgrade, right? It's really cool. But here's the thing, during testing, Lazy noticed something rather strange. These trinkets seem to change with updates. But then a few days later, they spotted a pattern that Zahran actually changes what he sells on a daily basis, and it's got a 5-day rotation. Sound familiar? Well, it's just like the rotating corruption vendor from Battle for Azeroth. That was the one that kind of drove everyone completely insane, which at least was somewhat on theme with what that patch was meant to be. Now look, this may not seem like a big deal. I mean, you can just check back later, right? Just go do it again the next day. But as an example, imagine this. You're a player who does not know that this NPC rotates. You go and you finish a Tier 9 Delve. He shows you a few trinkets. You dump your undercoins on them. Then you dump some Valor Stones on some upgrades. Nice, you're happy. But then the next day, you see him again. You talk to him, and you see that he's got better trinkets. And now suddenly you feel stupid. You feel like you wasted a bunch of currency yesterday, right? I mean, hey, skill issue. You should have read Wowhead, because sometimes it really does seem like, well, the game just expects you to read Wowhead and to know these things. So one of the points people are making here is that it's quite frustrating, it's bad for usability, but also it can lead to people wasting their resources, being confused, generally speaking, just feeling bad about how they've earned things in the game. And there really are a ton of downsides here, and effectively no upsides. I mean, maybe the surprise, the enjoyment, the sheer thrill of new trinkets. Maybe that's exciting for someone. I don't really think it is. And even so, it does directly go against WoW's current design philosophy. WoW is now a game that's more about giving you choice and freedom. This system doesn't. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that this will ruin the patch. It absolutely will not. But it is the repeat of a mistake that they made over 5 years ago in patch 8.3. That's a little worrying. You would have imagined that someone in the WoW team would have spotted this and perhaps would have said, hang on a second, we tried this before and the players didn't like it. But no, that doesn't seem to have happened. And here's what you need to understand. Whenever someone, a person, a single human, repeats a mistake, that's quite simply called not learning. But when a team repeats a mistake, that is called losing institutional knowledge. And that's worrying here, because Blizzard have learned so many lessons, especially the ones from BFA through to Shadowlands. Those came at a price. They should really make sure that everyone on the team understands that they know those lessons well. And as for this instance and this NPC, maybe Blizzard will let him sell every trinket at once a few weeks into the season, for some reason. Now, there's a reason I've been talking about institutional knowledge. What have I told you? I've actually been setting something up. What I've been setting up is the next segment of this video, because we've got to say goodbye to a fairly, you know what, screw it, I'll say it, a fairly legendary dev.
Want a glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Sad news, everyone, Skarzard is leaving Blizzard. Now, if you don't know that name, honestly, you probably should. He joined World of Warcraft about 4 years ago, and the mark that he left in the game, honestly, is rather huge. I mean, to start with, he is responsible for loads of memorable items since Shadowlands. Think of things like the Grief Torch, right? Remember that? Say the voice of the Silent Star, the quantum items from Dawn of the Infinite. Essentially, as a senior systems designer on the awards team, he was involved in all sorts of things, including the item upgrade system. And this is all the way from Inception to all of the consistent fixes that we've been getting to it every season. And most recently, he called the Raid Renown track his baby. And it seems that that's been a pretty good success for the team. They're keeping it into the next patch, and the next version of the Raid Renown is honestly way better. It actually shows they've learned and they've made improvements. So, he's seemingly been a fairly influential dev who's done a really good job. And not just in-game. I mean, in the top comment on an interview with Max, he was called an S-tier yapper. If you can't speak Zoomer internet, that's a compliment. And if you listen to the interview, yeah, you'll agree. He does an amazing job. He was outwardly passionate in a way that people just loved and connected with. Max and Dratnos could barely get a word in. The dude was just so hyped talking about WoW. So it's obviously sad that he's leaving. Not because he was fired or anything. He actually did talk about why. He wanted to, quote, imagine a future not tied to a patch schedule. Guess being a WoW YouTuber, I kind of know the feeling, but nowhere near the degree to, well, him, because it seems like it's a shitload of work. Now, obviously, he is just one member of a gigantic team, and he's not trying to claim credit. He is the first to call out other people on his team for doing a brilliant job. Basically, it's a team full of people who are just as passionate, but do not happen to be in the public eye as he has been. But still, they're waving goodbye to 4 years of lessons learned from a dev who was very much in the frontline trenches. And that's another danger of this aggressive patch cycle: developer burnout. Because even with some separation, like say having a hypothetical, a team A and a team B taking turns in patches or something, well, teams like Skarzard's are said to work on a little bit of everything. I believe he was on the live team. So that's basically the team that ends up having to firefight every problem and make sure that all the seasons are actually good. And hey, if you look at season 2 of this expansion, holy shit have they made improvements. Now, that kind of marathon running is not for everyone, especially not if it's a years-long marathon and one that is without an end in sight. Now, this is a WoW problem, but it's also a live service game problem. People will naturally burn out, and it's inherent in the format of game that
the Buddhist, Stoic rejection of the physical world is just another form of it gives you no reason to save your loved ones, except that some monk made you do it over and over and over again because it's just part of the tradition. Christianity, or the Abrahamic traditions, I should say, give you a reason to be in the world. But then they solidify the world into a form of oppressive slave master that gives you angst. We can't have the world be our antagonist. What makes us do things like the sciences and build hospitals is a fusion of the fact that we are both our real solid being and our abstract personality. You're usually more ticklish than that. Must have been too busy.
Hard to develop. It's hard to keep a team just on mission and passionate when it is, in some ways, an endless death march. So honestly, props to Ian for sticking it out so long. But I'd also say there's another problem, and it's that of selection criteria. Yeah, we're gonna go all Charles Darwin in this shit. But basically, often people who like to innovate and shake shit up, they kind of are sprinters, you know? They sprint, they stop, they sprint. They're not as consistent. Marathon runners are perhaps more the kind to make small, consistent improvements and work at a solid pace. Now, both types of person are
My position is that personality, or more materialistically phrased as just intrinsic value, because personality in the minds of most people assumes consciousness, and we don't want to assume that. Pre-exists. Being. Where being has some necessary relationship with the objects, thus that we can speak of objectivity. being is everywhere permeated by its own potential negation. And that nothingness draws the lines around the objects. And yet being never experiences the entropy that is created by this potentiality. The state of zero entropy looks the exact same as the state of maximum entropy. Anyway, like I said, this is my long, complex, satisfactory answer, but the short answer is that being itself is a more caused by a more morally smart person than me, and I believe in its supremacy over my own idiocy. I believe this is called a person simply based on how I've defined things, but I also know this is a person because it communicates with me. In the same way I know you're a person.
Necessary in a high-performing team, but it can be pretty tough to make sure that there's a place for both of those types of people within your teams. And when I look at World of Warcraft, I do get worried sometimes that it's a bit of a death march, especially when we've seen patches launch in a way that hasn't been great. Because imagine you're in Skarsgård's position, right? You're working on real, just close to the player-based content. Your hand is pretty much in every patch, but you see, Codex of Chromie is borked. The patch after that launches with a whole bunch of issues, a whole bunch of things being broken. You get features like the Arathi stuff in Hallowfall in patch 11.17, or 11.15, that was broadly seen to not be that good and also didn't work when it launched. You've got things like Dastardly Duos that really, some of us did it in PTR, didn't touch it in live, and I know it's the same for loads of people who just weren't really bothered with it. Now, I'm not saying that Dastardly Duos wasn't good because they're shit devs with bad ideas. I actually think there was loads of potential in that. It's just it needed more time in the oven. So I worry that developers like Skarsgård are going to get burnt out by this content cadence. And certainly when I look at player feedback, it does seem that people are almost finding it hard to keep on top of just the crazy amount of stuff that WoW has. And to loop this back into the last topic, well, a world where a rotating vendor happens again, after we already know that players don't like it, that seems like a world where institutional knowledge has been lost. And to see a fairly important public-facing developer who's done real good work leave, and not leave because they've got some crazy new opportunity, but simply because they're burnt out and they want to live their own life free from a patch cycle, well, that is concerning to me.
Oh, is this mascot heaven?
Not quite. Basement storage at NJM.
NJM is proud to put policyholders first, so they don't need mascots like us.
So I am the elephant in the room.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
After a segment like that, it feels a bit weird to go back to game stuff, but hey, the show must go on. It's the nature of the beast. So,
anyway, I'm rambling.
outside still?
No.
He's in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You guys going to the beach?
No, we're going to paint.
Oh, cool.
I love you.
I love you.
I can't find my paint stuff.
You had it the other day.
I thought it was in the garage.
It's probably not a good place to keep it anyway. It's just hot out there, you know? I love you. Hey.
Can you come out back real quick? Do you think that if I move this kiddie pool that those bees are gonna get me? Because it might be loud.
Just don't bother them. They won't just immediately attack you unless you're coming after them. So I think you'll be fine. Do you want me to come out? I'll come out.
Could you please? Yeah, could you please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love you.
I love you.
And that is the lie. But the lie is coming. All indications, like all of them, is that that lie is going to be that there is a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. And that is the lie they're going to want you to believe. It's nuanced, how they explain that, the nature of that threat. But that 100% is the lie you are going to be told. You even got a date. People have been whispering a date for a long time now. I know where that lie comes from. I know specifically what document from the 70s initiated the idea of that lie. A classified document. That is the lie you will be told. You're going to be told that there is a craft on its way to Earth. By document.
Great balls of fire.
That is the lie you will be told. You're going to be told that there is a craft on its way to Earth. That's the lie. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I sent you 2 texts today with a year. Not from me. Nope. I'm not going to propagate that lie.
Patience hasn't answered
Not going to be
me,
part of it.
and I tried to explain to her. I was like, P, I can't find the paint stuff, and that means it's behind Derek's head in that room thing, and our bed is against it, and I don't want to wake him up. I can't wake him up because he won't wake up.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he has work tonight, but he physically won't wake up at all. No matter how hard I try to get him up, he won't wake up.
Right.
Or I have to scare him to wake up, and then he'll, what's going on, what's going on? So I'm hoping that she sees my text halfway to me getting there, and is like, okay, that sounds like a good idea.
could always just go get some paints if she doesn't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, but I don't have I can't find the canvases, the paintbrushes, none of it. It's all in that cubby up there.
Oh boy. Oh well. Either way, you'll find something to do.
Watching Ryder and Phoebe in the little kiddie pool.
Right. Exactly.
I love you.
I love you.
Say it to the camera.
I'll know who
Everybody
this guy
knows.
is.
Just start paying attention. And they'll change the
you're right.
date, especially if they see this. Things will change. Because maybe I'm trustworthy. Maybe I'm worthy of your trust. Maybe I've told you the truth the whole way through it. Now you can verify it. If that's the case, then I'm fucking dangerous. You've been told the truth about UFOs for a long time now. It's been pretty orchestrated. It's been pretty clear. And it's using people that are telling the truth and want to tell the truth. Ultimately, they want you to know something. They want you to know UFOs are real. Thank God we're finally there. We're all there now. They want you to know the truth. But why they want you to know that truth now?
Did something happen?
I hope I'm wrong. But it's terrifying.
Browns are supposed to win the Super Bowl in 2027. They need to slow down.
Maybe it's good to get ahead of it. Call it out now before...
I don't know who this guy is.
I'm not hopeful for the future direction that we're moving in.
And the future direction, climate-wise, AI-wise?
Climate-wise and geopolitical-wise, that's the thing I think is going to kind of come. I think things are going to... a decade to be doing very much of anything, so I'm not hopeful for the future direction that we're moving in.
No leads that make me...
Geopolitical-wise,
Yeah. I think so. Hold on.
Also, they said they have a pool, so I have to turn around so I can take this pool out of the car.
Oh. That's funny. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, okay, alright. Call me when you're on your way home. Maybe I'll buy us a coffee or something.
Okay.
Alright, I love you.
Alrighty, love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Did something happen, or is this guy just saying that? Okay, there's no news that I'm worried about. This is just a guy saying that because he works for TMZ. Okay. Alright, we'll see. I usually don't act this as if there's a heavenly audience watching and taking notes. planning on rewarding me for my good deeds and punishing me for my bad ones. I don't really imagine that's what's happening either. I mean, like, you could put it that way, but that would be a bad friend. That would be how a bad friend approaches holding you accountable. My conscience and whatever integrity I possess are all that stands between me and evil done in secret. Okay. No shit. And why do you do that? What's the point of doing that? Cool story. Some people don't have any of that. Believe it or not, some people don't have any of that. I bet that's not true. I bet that's not true. I can't speak to anybody's inner person, but I bet that's not true. I'll bet in your darkest moments, even you glance up a little bit and are like, well, then this is what you believe. Then this is what you believe. If this is what leads your life, that's what you believe. Just accept it. Or agnosticism. So you have to apply that to your own position too. That's what makes it so weak. Because it is also unwarranted. By definition. Have you ever considered that maybe that's really what it is? That's what it is. That's what all these are. That's what all these are. The herd is pretty split, and I make my decisions based on what I see them doing, and so I'm confused. And I'll just accept the conveniences of their objective thinking without having to take my own position. I. I think I have. But since I. We, where does we come from all of a sudden? cosmic evolution, multiverse stuff. Should I start a Substack? Is that how we do this? How do you do that? How do you make Google your homepage without having to do this? Because I accidentally made Norton mine. I don't even have Norton anymore. Got another fucking stupid. Which one it is. Oh, okay. What is it? Catholic Code 200. Alright, we'll back and do this shit, maybe. Hmm. What do we want to write about? What do we want to write about? No, where's the fucking letter, dude? Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Guess the change in my pocket just wasn't enough. Get you and forget her. Okay, yeah, we can write a new version of this. No, let me get the whole fucking screen, asshole. We'll see. Okay. Man, I love learning all this tab and double space and all this bullshit, and then they just change it all the time. Wow, this like non-traditional society we have is just fucking so awesome, right? Fucking revolution, man. I mean, I love the revolution, but like we've got it all wrong. We've got it all wrong. It's antisocial, man. let's just, I don't know. Let's just, I don't know how to source. Like, just keep changing shit. And I just followed the directions when I would source in the past anyway. So I never really memorized how to do that. It's not important to me unless I'm making a scientific claim.
Down to that creepy gas station. Patient texts me and says, Kobe's on his way, you need to turn around, so, and then I'll text you when we get to his house.
Aye.
It's okay. I put gas in the car.
What'd you get?
Cotton candy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Is it good? No, not really.
I don't know. There's like the chewy pieces are throwing me off. I don't know.
I suppose that's like solidified cotton candy.
That's what I think.
That's what it tastes like. Not bad. They tried to rip me off. Is that Elm Road?
What do you mean they tried to rip you off?
This fucking girl gave me vanilla ice cream with, the Superman ice cream with 6 fucking cake pieces on the top and a couple sprinkles. Like digging down into the bottom, and it's just all ice cream all the way down. I went back in there, I'm like, bro, the owner was there. I'm like, bro, I don't think this is how this is supposed to be made.
It's a blizzard, they're supposed to be blended.
Yeah. So he was like, oh well, we're about out of those. It's the end of the day, you know. I'm like, all right, well, just make me a fucking mix and bowl mashup.
Yeah, because this is not what I asked for.
Right. I'm not gonna get mad because I come here all the time and I never seen this girl before, but come on, man. Implore.
There's one girl there that I go to work with, or I went to school with.
Oh yeah? At the Dairy Queen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is surprising to me because she was in cosmetology, and cosmetology is one of the easiest things to do.
So why is she working at a Dairy Queen?
Right. Don't make no sense.
Don't make no balance. Don't make no plan.
Do you see how many people are dropping?
I don't even know.
September 7th, 2025, a rare blood moon.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What's that one that's real big and red?
Yep.
Wait, did we do
It
this one?
should be deep red for about 80 minutes. Oh, you've seen Happy Gilmore 1, right? The first Happy Gilmore?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They got a new one. Yeah, that looks cool. And they're all in it.
This is what somebody posted. Joshua Roundtree. Happy Gilmore 2 is stupid, cheesy, fueled by gratuitous camos and constant constant callbacks to the first movie, and I laughed the entire time and thoroughly enjoyed it all. It just hit all the nostalgic notes perfectly.
People love their nostalgia.
Hello, Sam. Hey, what's up, Sam? Okay, Sam. Bye. Goodness gracious! This better be quick. I love you.
I love you.
Can I borrow your help?
For what?
Carrying the pump thingy to the car. This right here.
Don't make no dollars, don't make no cents. I became troubled as an atheist when I was studying theology. I became troubled that the theologians had come up with some great ontological arguments, regardless of whether they were talking about a god, but they had never refuted polytheism. It just kind of got poo-pooed away because it really doesn't make a lot of sense next to monotheism. But I never seen a good argument. I mean, divine simplicity has some good points, but actually, like, could also undermine the monotheistic God if it's taken to be a vulgar monism. Yeah.
Hey, I want to show you this little Land Rover. I'm at her house.
Okay.
Do you see my FaceTime?
There it goes.
Look at how stinking cute this thing is.
Oh, yeah?
I like it so much. It's even got the green. It's literally, this is green. This is sage green. I want it so bad. These are the flat tires that she's paying for. I want it so bad. It's so stinking cute. Look at the little, and the door, it opens like this.
Oh, boy.
It opens, I think it's locked. No, it's not. Look, it opens like this, and then there's 2 seats that fold out and can go right here. Ugh, I want it. I would look so stinking cute in this thing.
Well, you'd look so stinking cute in everything, so.
I know, but it's perfect. It's perfect for me, and I want it.
Yeah, well.
I'm so tempted to talk to Grandpa and be like, Grandpa, can you help me make a trade with Sam, please? Because
Hey.
I want this.
Hey.
They said that there's small little things wrong with it, so it's literally another her.
Yep. Well, any older car is going to be like that until you can get your own, car with a mortgage.
Ugh, I love this thing so much, though. I want it so bad. But my problem with getting this car is Derek is supposed to take this when I get a car. So then what is he gonna do? So then instead of getting me a car, we're gonna just slowly get him a car? Because I'll have this or so. I don't know. I don't know. All stuff I have to think about if I want this, but I want it. It's so stinking cute. Alrighty, I love you.
I love you.
Bye.
Bye. Just trying to be ecumenical. fucking like me, I don't like you either, dude. I'm not fucking Jesus. Strike through. I wouldn't know what. Better word. 6. John 10:34. What? What do we got going on here, man? Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Have you ever forgotten how many sparks that you've made and how many sparks?
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, let's go, man. How's it going?
Good. You want to talk about epistemology?
Sure. I mean, I'm more of an ecclesiology guy, to be honest. I can try covering epistemology, though.
Yeah, I just think that if classical foundationalist Thomistic epistemology fails, then the whole Roman Catholic system fails.
Now, explain what necessarily your view of our view is.
Well, for example, John Paul II in Fides et Ratio defines natural theology as reasoning about God without and in no way referencing divine revelation. So this is what led the Roman Catholic Church to dogmatize the idea, particularly that what natural theology is precisely that, right? Reasoning about God without any reference to divine revelation. That seems to assume and presuppose that you're a foundationalist. I've never heard a Roman Catholic that's not a foundationalist. So that means that things like the peripatetic axiom, which Aquinas says he agrees with, or the idea in Aristotle that what is better known by us versus what is better known in itself from posterior analytics or prior analytics or physics, etc., that those are kind of self-evident axioms. That seems to me to be pretty uncontroversial or not even contentious in the Roman Catholic world.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I admittedly, I'll be fully honest with you. Like I said, I'm not much of a studier of epistemology. I kind of talk about its relation to ecclesiology a little bit, but I'm not too well versed yet with like what St. John Paul II or St. Thomas Aquinas wrote on that topic. I'm more about covering sort of the evidences for papal primacy or sort of how the early.
Fair enough, but I mean, you said evidences, like evidences would go along with evidentialism. So in other words, wouldn't this point kind of go more fundamental than arguing the ecclesiology?
I suppose it would. I tend to just sort of try and look at history and look at, can Catholic beliefs, right, can, say, Vatican I, for instance, be defended in the first century, the first century, but the first millennium, and, what evidences do we have from, say, the early church fathers, the early church writers, both Eastern and Western, that kind of support that view?
What do you think of the Chieti and Alexandria documents?
Well, I think those documents are not, magisterial pronouncements, but even if I grant that they are, I think they're meant to be more conciliatory, I'm trying to look for the word.
Yeah, I know what you mean, towards the east.
Yeah. Written, right, yeah. Not meant really to be like an apologetical writing that sort of defends our position, but more so a document that is trying to sort of come to a meeting in the middle, if you will, in order to establish sort of a more ecumenical dialogue.
No, I think that is I think you're absolutely correct. That's what those documents are saying. I guess I'm just curious, like, even if they're not magisterial, like, they still have papal approval. And if they are essentially approved by the Vatican with being these official commissions, like if they're admitting things like Chieti does at the very bottom, that Rome didn't exercise universal primacy in the first millennium, like how is that not a denial of Vatican I?
Well, what I would say is I would go back to Father Silvestri Berry's The Church of Christ, where he talks about sort of the universal jurisdiction that the papacy has being a power that the Pope has always had, but not necessarily a power that always needs to be exercised.
So wouldn't that undercut the arguments that you guys make from Clement or from Honorius? Excuse me, not Honorius, from Celestine and others?
Not necessarily. The reason why I say that is because, the Pope really sort of, and I don't mean this in the way that Vatican I would anathematize, like, oh, he's just a supervisor or something like that, right? But in a manner of having this universal jurisdiction versus how he exercises it, the Pope doesn't need to be sort of an autocrat that takes away the role of the local bishop. Even remarked about by Blessed Pius IX around his papacy and around Vatican I, especially after the German bishops. This is in Dr. Ed Shinsky's work on the papacy. The German bishops sent him a document or a pronouncement about how Vatican I did not essentially create like what St. Gregory the Great would have, remarked as the universal bishop. This idea that like all bishops are not somehow like true successors of the apostles. They don't have their own sort of.
Yeah, I'm aware of what you're talking about, and I have the Shinsky,
Right.
I have the Shinsky book here with me. But what I'm getting at though is that you said that it need not be exercised, but the document actually says that the Roman bishop did not exercise canonical authority over the churches of the East. But you're saying that, well, my distinction there would be that it's a power, but it's not necessarily exercised. So wait a minute, was it exercised in the first millennium, or was it a power he had and he didn't exercise?
I think there might be some confusion over what I was saying. I was not saying that he didn't exercise it at all. I was just saying it's not a power that he needed to necessarily always exercise unless it was absolutely necessary to. Because the normal function of, say, a patriarch or a local bishop is that, of course, he'd be controlling his diocese, he'd be controlling his area of jurisdiction. But,
So this papally approved document is incorrect?
Well, I mean, I'd have to see the specific passage that
It's on the screen right here. You haven't read Chieti?
I mean, I've glanced over it. I'm not.
This is a famous passage that multiple, even PhD Roman Catholics at the time when it came out, admitted that this really undoes Vatican I.
I highly doubt that, and I think quite a bit of people have actually written quite the opposite.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like I said.
So okay, but here's the thing about and that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. No, I understand that, but whether this document is apologetic or ecumenist in its motivation really says nothing about whether or not it's an error that's pretty significant if this is a paperly approved commission. But the reason I always go to epistemology at this point in the discussion is that you said, well, it's not really a magisterial document. I don't really have to put that into the tier or the bins of necessary conscience binding documents or whatever. How, as a Roman Catholic, do you sort out between all the different documents, papal teachings, and so forth? How do you know that you're putting them in the right bins if you've got extraordinary magisterium, universal ordinary magisterium, and ordinary teaching? How, as an individual Roman Catholic, do you know that you're actually interpreting this mass of documents correctly?
Well, I know that I'm interpreting them correctly based on the authority that they're issued with. I mean, Dr. John Joy writes pretty extensively about when certain
hold on, wait a minute. So is Dr. John Joy infallible?
Didn't say that he was.
Okay, so you're going to get the criterion, you go into
You're just a fucking Muslim. What are you talking about, dude? What? What? What are you talking about, dude?
I don't think it's a fallible source necessarily.
Like Dr. Joy is now infallible? Dr. Joy is infallible?
Of understanding
is Dr. Joy infallible? Is this book infallible?
I never said that it was, my friend.
Oh, so he's not an infallible source. So the very criteria is derived from a non-infallible source?
I mean, the argument that you're trying to make is essentially if I'm using any book to sort of have an understanding of
it's actually an epistemic argument
or what have you contradicts the view of the church.
No,
but then I can
no,
easily
it's
say
not.
the
It's
same
not.
thing
I'm not
about
arguing it
the
contradicts the
tradition.
church. No, I'm arguing that you don't have a consistent epistemic principle to know clearly and from which source you're deriving the dogmas and putting them in the right bins. Because you have a giant mass of tens of thousands of pages potentially, right, that would count as part of, quote, Catholic teaching. And so you're saying that, well, I go to Dr. Bill Joy or whatever his name is to pull out these principles, but his book is fallible. So wait a minute. So where's the infallible list of the infallible dogmas?
The infallible list of the infallible dogmas, again, comes from the level at which these documents.
Oh, so there's not a list. So there's not a list. There's not a list.
All Dr.
So there's not a
John
list.
Says is here are the signs.
Yeah. So you have three criteria, and then you're like a Protestant. Yeah. You have three criteria from a fallible book, and then you're like a Protestant going through tens of thousands of pages to put it in the right bin.
Bad argument, my friend. He's
not a bad argument. It's a devastating argument to your position because you don't know
drawing
epistemology.
it from documents like Donum Veritatis. Or
It doesn't matter. So how do you know that he drew them from the right documents? That's begging the question. That's circular. You admitted he's fallible.
What you're trying to argue suddenly is that I, as a Catholic, have to turn off my brain.
No.
When I understand
You don't have a consistent epistemology. No, the argument is that you don't have a consistent epistemology, and you just proved it.
What are you even saying right now?
Yeah,
big
exactly.
dog?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So you see how he got mad once he got cornered?
Oh yeah, I'm the mad one.
Yeah, you said, "What am I even saying, bad guy?" And now you're going to the personal attacks.
Personal attacks, big dog. You just keep interrupting and stuff like
No,
that.
you're not. You're not answering the question because you got caught in a basic circular fallacy about your epistemology.
All I said is that Dr. John Joy referenced.
Is his book infallible?
These documents talk
Is his book infallible? Is it an infallible source? You went to a fallible source.
That's not even what I'm saying, my
It is what you're saying. It's what I'm saying because you admitted the book is fallible. You admitted the book is fallible. You admitted the book is fallible, so you're just begging the question.
So let me guess. If I read Irenaeus, if I read Cyprian in another...
It doesn't matter because you don't have a coherent epistemology.
That doesn't make it a part of our faith.
It doesn't matter. You don't have a coherent epistemology is the point.
Okay, you're just kind of screaming in the void at this point.
Yeah, I'm screaming in the void. You went. Do you want me to explain it to you for the fourth time? You want me to explain it for the fourth time to you?
Science book. That's a fallible book, but it can say something true.
Yeah, that's begging the question because it's a you don't know that you have the right things in the book that are infallible. That's the point.
But here's the thing: even if I was to make an error as a Catholic, it would not be a damnable error because that.
You don't even know that. Maybe it is. Right? That's begging the question. You're just assuming that. What's your because you don't have an epistemic criteria. You don't have an epistemic criteria that's consistent. You don't have an epistemic criteria that's consistent. That's the point. Here he goes. Here he goes to the personal attacks. Look at this. You were barely a Catholic. You were barely a Catholic. Basic attacks when he melts.
Man, dude, you are just like an angry little man.
Yeah, I'm an angry little man. He got cornered. Everybody saw his dumb circular argument. And then he immediately goes to the personal attacks. Did I say anything about him personally? I kept calling him back to the basic point. And he starts calling me an angry little man. No, you guys are scumbags. Straight up. Dishonest cults. You're dishonest cult members. That's the champion pine suck that they all wanted me to debate so bad. What's up?
Oh, hey, what's up, man? I'm not exactly a cat. I'm just, I didn't realize that's what... I just thought that was hilarious. I don't understand exactly the topic. My bad. I didn't mean to push the button.
From a point of view. You know,
This honestly brings shame to me, honestly, in a way.
well, why would you be a Roman Catholic?
Well, that's the thing, and we've talked before, Jay, and it's nice to speak with you again. But this is the thing. I'm honestly considering the fact that Roman Catholicism is just a dead-end faith. Like, there's no hope for it in the future.
In the queue, we're gonna bring in Rob Parker here in 1 second.
Man.
After a quick word.
The Orthodox I have two major problems with the Orthodox that makes me not join them. Well, I was told where to go by the Holy Spirit, but even rationally. They're too nationalistic. That's not... that displays a mistake somewhere in the ontological thinking that's leading them to define the nation as a godly unit instead of a worldly unit. And something else. I forget what the other thing was. Oh, they recognize Peter as supreme. Well, then you don't have Peter, then you have nothing. Like...
From Epicor. Today's episode of the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show is brought to you by Epicor. Every team knows the value of hard work, of taking pride in what you build, in practicing every detail to get the best results, but no one player, no matter how amazing, can do it all alone. Working together makes getting the win easier. At Epicor, the all-stars are the hardworking manufacturers and distributors who create and deliver the things we all need, from aerospace to electrical to medical devices, from small businesses with big dreams to growing enterprises with global visions. We'll equip you with the right tools to move forward, think ahead, and lead the way, because as the clock ticks down, you need to make the most out of every hardworking minute. Easier doesn't cut corners. Easier finds the lane. Discover your success at easierwithepicor.com. And with that, we are thrilled to welcome in Rob Parker to the show. How you doing today, Rob?
I'm doing great. How are you?
My man, look at Rob with the gray beard, bro. I haven't seen you in a minute.
I know. Unbelievable, Jay. Unbelievable, man.
Hey.
Man, that gray hair, when I first got it, I swear to you, I was in the mirror going like this, like there's something in my hair. And then I realized it was my hair. You know what I mean?
Me too. I keep thinking, did I walk under a powder? What's going on right now?
You know, Jay, let me tell you something. You know, Rob had me on a couple of weeks ago. We was talking about Shador.
That's why he's on.
And the reps is coming, Rob. They on the way. The reps is coming today and tomorrow. I foretold this.
Kenny Pickett goes down with the hamstring injury, so that now there's not 4 in camp, there's 3 in camp. This is the perfect opportunity. If you're one of these young guys, you finally look around and say, okay, I got an old head out of here now. Let's see what I got. What do you project from Shador Sanders?
I'm skeptical. I think he'll be either on the practice squad or cut, to be honest. That's really my feeling, because the actions of the Browns don't feel like, wow, we got lucky, we grabbed somebody who has talent. I'll give you a couple of examples why I'm not buying into the Shador Sanders. Number one, it doesn't matter who you have in quarterback. I remember D-Hawks, right? He threw 6 touchdowns against the Lions. Everybody thought he had arrived. Seahawks gave him a big deal, and Russell Wilson showed up, and guess what they did? They got rid of Matt Flynn, and Russell Wilson was their quarterback, and they won a Super Bowl.
Right.
Here's 2. Tom Brady is his mentor. Tom Brady is with the Raiders. He has influence. They have plenty of picks to pick Shador. I know that they have Gino's Pizza there as well. He's not the long-term quarterback, right? And if you really believe Tom Brady's worked with him He's his mentor. He could believe in the guy.
I never thought of that, Rob, but you're right.
I'm dead serious. Like think about that. That's the place to me where Tom Brady could have said, I was a 6th-round pick. You know, people passed on me. I believe in this kid. I've worked out with this kid. I know what this kid has. And it didn't happen. And I don't believe that unless the ownership stepped in, that he would have been drafted by the Browns. So you know, if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong. But all the signs are not good. They didn't give him any first-team reps in mini camp, and now only because of an injury is he really finally getting a chance. If you really believe you had a talent there, you would just drop your plans that you have and go with that guy. So I could be proven wrong, but I don't believe that that's the case.
No, that's an interesting take. I hadn't even thought about the Raiders and the Tom Brady connection, because you're right. Tom Brady was very influential and instrumental in the young man's growth during his college years. This is a loaded question. It's not fair to Shedeur, and it's not fair to Dion either. But some have speculated that, you know, usually when your dad is a Hall of Famer, kind of a one-of-one guy, and Dion was kind of in that club, like, that's a good thing. But there's been a lot of speculation that if you draft Shedeur, you're getting pops too, and that creates drama, and it could create drama. And then, you know, what if he pops off if his kid is benched or not starting? Do you buy into any of that, or is Dion an absolute non-factor in all of this?
Maybe a small factor, but I don't buy into this idea, oh, the league is trying to humble Shedeur, and this is a knock against Dion. My issue here is, I'm just going by, and Jay, you know me, I'm a straight shooter. If I believe that something was going on, I'd say it.
No, you are.
So I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
Okay? But I do believe this. There's a couple things at play. Dion didn't help his cause. Shedeur didn't help his cause with the reports about how he came in unprepared and stuff, so that none of that helped. But the real thing is, if he's not going to be your number one quarterback, do you want the headache of a star backup quarterback that everybody's always going to be clamoring about playing? It's the reason Tim Tebow couldn't keep a career in the NFL. Nobody wants that guy to be around, and every time the quarterback has a bad day, how come he's not getting reps? How come he's not playing? And the reporters are around his locker every day about why he doesn't have an opportunity. And remember, there were only 4 or 5 teams that were really looking for a quarterback. It wasn't like everybody was looking for a quarterback. So when he keeps getting passed by, people think you're getting passed by 30 teams. In reality, there's only 4 or 5 teams, so it looks worse than it really is.
Yeah.
There were 25 teams that didn't want a quarterback and were never going to draft a quarterback under any circumstance.
No, that's a good one.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question real quick. You know, outside of the other stuff, and you know, whether it's his dad or whatever the case may be, what was your assessment on Shedeur Sanders from a strictly quarterback playing on the field? What is his skill set? What was your opinion on him as strictly in between the lines at Colorado when he was coming out of the draft?
I'm not a football scout, so I'm always going to that I don't scout talent. I look at, you know, highlights, and I look at people. I don't know what his footwork is and all that other stuff. So I'm always that guy because I don't play football at that level. But I think his hype was bigger than his game. He beat only one ranked opponent there. They didn't even have a winning record. And I get it, it's Colorado. And yes, things turned around from year one. I'm not so sure that I can't remember who they beat week one. You know, the team that was in
TCU.
TCU. And then we found out that TCU wasn't that good, right? That year, after they were in the Final Four or whatever it was in the college football playoffs. But my point is, that's where I leave. I think his stock was overhyped because of his name, because of his dad, because of the star power that came with what went on at Colorado. But when you start to really look at like the meat and potatoes of what really took place, I don't think anybody went there and thought he was going to be Eli Manning or the top or Andrew Luck or the top pick in the draft. And I think that's where people got crazy thinking he was going to be a top pick or a top quarterback drafted when a lot of scouts didn't see it that way.
Is that the Deion effect? Like if his name is Shador Parker, are we talking about him right now?
I don't know if he's even in camp. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's even in camp.
Interesting.
I really don't. And it doesn't mean that he can't play or there's not a place for him. I just think it was overhyped by a lot of people. And then you see break down and cry. You know, I mean, that looked kind of weird, right? That Mel Kiper's been wrong many times on quarterbacks. And I'm not trying to rip his career or anything, Jay, but those are facts. This is not an exact science. He might wind up to be Tom Brady. I don't know, but I really feel like people kind of overestimated, you know, where he was. And then when it didn't come to fruition, they used every kind of conspiracy to make the reason. There are too many teams, too many general managers, and too many coaches trying to win in the NFL. You can't tell me with honest conscience that a GM or a coach who sees a talent is not going to take him because he's trying to teach him a lesson or humble some kid or get back at. I don't believe that. Yeah. You want to win. Jay, they haven't won in Cleveland. Come on, man. You don't want to win? Yes, you want to win. Yeah. If you're the New York Jets, you don't want to win? Yes, you want to win. Come on. I don't buy it.
So, Rob, just based on everything that you said, I'm asking your opinion. What do you think the projection for Shador Sanders is as an NFL quarterback, whether it's in Cleveland or elsewhere?
Right now, a backup quarterback, being put in the right situation and circumstance, maybe he could develop into something. I just see from the start. You know, they have all the tape. They've watched them. You know what I mean? There's plenty of opportunity to evaluate, and it doesn't mean that they get it right all the time. I tell you all the time, they don't get it right. But from this standpoint, can he be in the league? Absolutely. Do I see him as a star quarterback in the league? I don't.
Well, listen, I knew you'd shoot straight. You always do. Regardless of anything else, you bring it. And I'm glad that we had you on. Great catching up.
Wait, Rob, you got time for one more
Go
quick
ahead.
one?
You got something, Mike?
Real quick. If it's not Shador, Rob, who do you think ends up being the Browns'
Yeah, good question.
I mean,
is Joe Flacco
one of the two old guys? I mean, no, because quarterbacking nowadays, Aaron Rodgers is starting quarterback at 41. You know, like these guys, it's a different age group where people are still off to a good start. If he's a quarterback, then he could be the quarterback. You know, I don't know if you're the Browns. Are you looking towards the future? You're trying to win now. Like people are trying to hold on to jobs and positions. You're trying to win now. There's no 5-year plan in the NFL. Who has a 5-year plan?
Yeah,
those coaches get fired after 2 years. There's no such thing. You're trying to win now, and you're not talking about, oh, well, the future, I want this guy to be my quarterback. If he blossoms and becomes a quarterback, and then you say to yourself, now, and Jay Daniels or something like that, and you go, I haven't for the years. Jane scuffled or struggled, you know, and wasn't that player, they wouldn't have just automatically penciled him in. Look at where the Jets are, with a quarterback, with their quarterback situation. Justin Fields, right, has some talent. He's been on 3 teams in 3 years.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. That's for sure. The beauty of it is, and we had Joe Thomas on early in the spring, and Joe has a way of just boiling it down to the lowest and easiest common denominator. He said, we're going to find out. You know, if he's got talent, you can't hide it. And if he doesn't have the skill set, you can't hide that. So with the only positive about Kenny being out for whatever it is, a week, 2 weeks, whatever, these dudes are going to get some reps. They're either going to be exposed or they're going to shine. And we should have some sort of an idea, not to say that they can't improve as the season and their careers go on, but we should have some idea by September 1st what they are. and we'll find out.
I agree with that. I totally agree with that, and that's why you practice. That's why you put in the reps. And football is more, you practice more than you play. Everybody that. So that's how you evaluate people, and that's how you do it. And then you have to obviously go and transfer that into games. So I'm not a guy saying that that Shedeur can't play and he doesn't deserve. This ain't Bronny James getting drafted by the Lakers. That's not what I'm calling this.
No.
But I will that not at all. Shedeur can play, but where he really fits in, and people have to let go of the emotional attachment, because I think that's a lot of people have become emotional because it is Deion's son and because he's kind of flashy and all that other stuff. And they've really, really negated a lot of people in pro
not
football.
Fucking serious, dude. The Rock, as Fezzik. Come on. The Rock.
As you wish.
I'm gonna punch this guy. I'm just kidding.
Inconceivable. 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 Inconceivable.
None of these people are even comedians. You know, maybe, I don't get, you know, maybe, this could work, this one could work. Nobody cares, but that would be funny. I don't know who the fuck this is. Maybe. No. Too charming. You need somebody who has bad vibes. I don't know who the fuck this is. That's supposed to be Paul Rudd? Paul Rudd as Vizzini? No. Wrong. Wrong. Yeah, what's his fucking name? Bryan Cranston. Bryan Cranston would make a better Vizzini. Way better. Too charming. Way too charming. You need somebody noble, yes. Yeah, I mean, I get the nobility you're going for, but he's just way too charming. Plus, you need him to be a Spaniard. He's got to come across like a Spaniard. It's important to the exoticism. Because he's not from around here. That's where you do your race swap. do? Because you can make him a more even. Do, let's say... I don't watch enough new movies. I want to say Idris Elba, but he's too charming too. Now he's not as like, he's charming in a different way than Ryan Gosling, but I think Idris Elba could work. That could work. So Idris Elba and Bryan Cranston. Oh no. Yeah. I was thinking of the wrong character here. So this would be Idris Elba. Bryan Cranston. I don't know. I don't watch enough movies. Tom Holland. What are you gonna put him on fucking steroids, dude? This could work because, you know, she's just gotta sit there and look pretty mostly. And be kind of a bitch.
Who this is their livelihood and this is their careers, and to disregard them and act like there's some humble lesson that's here doing great work for the league to show these kids what to do and what not to do, so they should do it. That example.
Right.
I think overblown and so overstated.
Well, listen, we appreciate you coming on. We appreciate your opinions, and let's catch up soon, all right?
I'm going to be in town. I'm coming to the NABJ convention, the National Association of Black Journalists, next week.
That's awesome. Hey, listen, we've got a lot of other mutual friends that are going to be in for that, so let's do dinner. Let's get a group and let's do dinner.
And I'm going to give you that.
I'll be there, yes.
I'm going to get that 12 jersey, and I'll send it with Jay. And get the 12 jersey. You want the home or the away, Rob?
He's leading the band.
You want
now
the home or the away? We get you the home or the away, or the alternate.
And we're gonna send you the perfect timing song on your Apple Music, man.
All right, hey.
Throw your AP up, Rob.
Hey, that's fine. I'll take it. I'll take the home jersey. You know what? I need to collect.
You ain't wearing that Browns jersey anywhere. You don't want tomatoes thrown at you. Don't be silly. Rob, love you, brother. We'll catch up when you're in town for
Love
ABJ.
you too.
I can't wait.
All right. Yes. All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Rob's a great person, a longtime friend, great guy, and he doesn't really care. He just speaks it.
I wanted to spell. We got to react to that real quick.
Sure.
In the middle of an interview, I know it's tough to get your thoughts off, but G. Earl, Jay, I think you.